Hello there. Hello. We are live and we are currently waiting for the stream to start. Till then, we will just simply check out the website of Blushift Aerospace and we will simply discuss about the same. Hello. Yes, over the rock. I guess I'm audible. Tell me if I'm audible actually. Hello. Tell me if I'm audible. Fine. So we are currently on the website of Blushift Aerospace. Let us just check out various areas of this website. There's mission. Uh, Over here there are brief infos about the mission actually. Designing and manufacturing a bio-derived fuel-based rocket. So I guess I like Stardust Aerospace a lot because it's very new, and it was really hard to check out this particular platform. I found it from another streaming platform, and it's not that much famous, but these guys have got awesome rockets, starting with the Stardust Generation 1, the Generation 2 over here. This is the Starless Rouge, and this is the Red Dwarf. I guess they are now going to launch Stardust Generation 1, uh, and this is the basic testbed launch vehicle for experiments requiring the subjection to the vibrations and accelerations of launch and parachute recovery. I guess in all this stuff that they are trying to convey a message that they are going to do a simple test of recovery, and this is Stardust Generation 2, and this is Red Dwarf. Let's just check out the one which is going to be launched this time. So let's just check it out. Okay, so dimensions are, the height is 250, uh, I'm really sorry, it's 20 feet over here, and the liftoff mass is 550 lb, and it is a single stage rocket actually, and it's pretty tall. I mean, 20 feet is a really small size rocket with a solid booster, and the maximum thrust over here is, I guess I'm live, just a minute. So let's just wait for them to start. So uh, let's just wait for them. The launch is to be in 20 minutes, and we are waiting for Stardust to be off ground very soon. The previous launch was actually scrapped, but we hope that it won't happen this time. We are hoping that it won't happen this time. So first of all, let's know more about Blushift Aerospace. I'm going to the homepage of their website. By the way, if you want to check out their website, I'll give the link to it in the description later. And here there is an interesting option. You can actually become an investor in Blushift Aerospace because space agencies require a lot of funds, and this is the best way for you to go ahead by actually investing in these companies, and you can get the chance. In fact, there are many space agencies which encourage people to invest in them, and I guess there is another space agency wherein the rockets are completely crowd funded. People or the viewers of that YouTube channel actually invest in that channel, and they actually make sure that the rocket is built. They actually provide the funds to it. So you can say that a rocket is completely being built by patrons. There are some aerospace agencies like that as well. Let's just check out their missions as well. Okay, so they want to design and manufacture a bio-derived fuel-based rocket. We have already seen that, and let's see what makes Blushift different, because in this huge amount of aerospace agencies over there, let's see what Blushift has differently for its name. So what they say is that they are looking at rockets like no one has before by integrating multiple innovative technologies for the first time in one motor. So yes, that's obvious for today's space agencies, but I guess these are the ones who actually took action. The fact is that there are too many space agencies out there which form really every single year, and really very few of those actually are able to launch a single rocket of theirs. And because it's really tough, space is not easy. That's the reason the term rocket science is coined to be super difficult. It's not that it's a hype created about it. Rocket science is really that difficult. And actually the problem over here is that these designs are already made. See, the red dwarf, the design is already ready, and I'm sure that most of the experiments will have been done. But the problem is that they don't have necessary funds for it, and this is the problem with most of the space agencies. Because if you have got a space agency, you will have to burn a lot of oil behind it. If you will have to invest a lot. So now let's see Stardust Generation 2. We have seen the Generation 1, which is going to be launched this time today at about 20 minutes from now. So this is Stardust 2.0. Its maximum altitude is 40,000 feet, which converts to be very less in meters actually. Let's see how much it will be in meters. So 40,000 feet, and on an average let's consider 3 feet per meter. So let's divide by 3. So on an average this will be about 13,000 to 14,000 meters. So the rocket will go to about 14 to 15,000 meters. That's 14 to 15 kilometers in space. And basically people measure these quantities in meters and kilometers. And the payload diameter is 24 inches, and payload mass is 30 kilograms. So it's a good rocket in a sense for a small size rocket actually, because it's 30 kg of payload, so we can actually carry 30 micro satellites in it, each of 1 kg. As you all know that these CubeSats, which are 1 meter in dimension actually, sorry, 1 feet in dimension, and their size is 1 kg. So it can carry actually about 20 at max cube satellites, and the vehicle height is 21 feet over here, which is I guess 5 to 6 feet higher than the previous one, which was Stardust 1. And this is also a mono stage rocket, a single stage rocket over here as well. I guess these rockets are very small, and they are meant to fulfill their purpose to go in space, get those satellites in space and come back. And I guess this company is based on suborbitals. They are not targeting the outer orbitals or any stuff. They are targeting the suborbitals. Then there's Starless Rouge. This is a state-of-art ride at suborbital space. So as I said, these are targeting for suborbitals, and it is providing some of the longest zero-G timing at 6 minutes. Oh, wow, so this is a unique feature actually. And the maximum altitude is 150 miles is what I guess. It won't be 150 meters at all. Time of microgravity is 6 minutes, so that's also good. And maximum acceleration is 5 Gs, which is not at all recommended for a human, because these are not manned spacecrafts, are non-manned launches. So one thing, if you observe very carefully over here, this is just an extra version of the Stardust 2.0. So the above part till here is Stardust 2.0, and the below part is a solid booster again, and this one is of 2 stages. This has got 2 stages. This is the first stage I guess, and this is the second stage. So the first stage of Stardust 2.0 is the second stage of Starless Rouge, and the payload diameter is 24 inches, and the payload mass again is 30 kilograms, which is again 30 CubeSats at maximum. And now let's see the most interesting of the rockets, which is the red dwarf, which seems to be massive in comparison in all of these. So now let's see about red dwarf. Okay, red dwarf is a low earth orbit launch vehicle tailored to meet the needs of the nano satellite launch community. Its dimensions are as follows. Its maximum altitude is polar earth orbit. Okay, so it's a polar earth orbit, it's a PEO, and the time in microgravity is months to years, which is huge. and their vehicle height is 78 feet over here, along with 3 stages. I guess they have not specified which stages will be solid or liquid over here, but according to me, the first stage will be solid, as of course, and I don't see any engines out there. But the second and the third stage seem to be liquid or LOX. I guess that's what the trend is being followed by many of those space agencies. So, as said, we are super excited for Stardust Generation 1 launch, which is Stardust 1.0, and we have scheduled this launch for the same, and we are waiting actually for them to start. So now let's check out if they are ready to launch it. By the way, if you want to check out their merchandise, you can check it out as well. This is their merchandise. They have got these cool t-shirts out there and shirts as well, and a cute cup is here. So now let's check out anything else if they have got. For example, you can contact them as well if you have got a request, but of course these are busy guys. Make sure you don't contact them for unnecessary purposes. So now let's go to their live stream. Let's join their live stream. Awesome. We are waiting for them over here. uh, I guess there are 251 more people waiting over here. Let's wait for them. Maybe we will check out a trailer of theirs. A trailer of theirs will be good for now, since the launch is having a lot of time still.
Hi, I'm Sasha Derry, the CEO and founder of Blushift Aerospace. I wanted to take a moment just to thank everybody for the outpouring of support we had from people, starting at Loring at Limestone, Maine, and folks from around the state and the Northeast who came up to watch the launch, and the thousands of people who watched us virtually from across the world, across the globe. I think our team really felt warmed in a.
And this is their red dwarf flight over here. So we are currently waiting for them to start their launch, and we will be streaming it live. First of all, if you guys are interested, we can check out their engines, actually their test fires, which I am sure. Now, simply because the launch is yet to be happening, we can check out other test fires of them. So this is another test fire. This is a static test fire in high resolution. Let's check it out. Yeah. You can simply see how the flash is affecting the camera quality. Oh my god. Wow. This is awesome. You must have seen actually how it actually moved those boats out there. Just check it out. Awesome. So they have made some test flights as well. These are just like every other evolutioning space agency which are actually developing. We have a lot of hopes with Blushift Aerospace, as with other space agencies, and there's other famous agencies like SpaceX, one of our favorites, and Blue Origin as well. but Stardust is something really new. And I guess if you don't know, they
Media
already
costs keep rising. It's time
to launch their Stardust 1.0, and they actually scrubbed it and they have set it to today. And the launch is about in 10 minutes, so we will be waiting for them. Till then we can check out their website. As said, uh, let's see if they have got some interesting stuff out there, and if possible you can invest in them as well. You can also check out the newsletter from here. I will surely join the newsletter because I want to stay updated so that I could stream to you guys about their next launches. And there's a lot of stuff over here to check. Recently they were also showcased in some news article. Now let's check out the team of Stardust Aerospace or Blushift Aerospace. So first of all, this is the CEO Sasha Derry. Then there is Luke St. John. I won't be able to pronounce them good, but these are the guys who are working constantly and are working hard to make sure that this Blushift Aerospace actually runs. And over here, there are very good guys. Actually, I don't know any of them personally, and I won't be even. But these guys are the one who are making it possible in the background. Now let's check out this article of theirs, which is on thecounty.me. Okay, aerospace company Blushift plans rocket launch Jan 15. Okay, so this was the previous launch which was actually scrapped, and then it was scheduled to 31st of January, and today we are waiting for the same. So it's actually 7 minutes for the launch. We are waiting and super excited as always for the launch. So guys, if you don't know, if you're new to this channel, I stream all space flight launches, actually including very small space agencies or very unknown space agencies as well. I mean, many of those are so unknown that people actually don't know about those space agencies, Blushift Aerospace being one of them. So if you want to know about launches of such unfamous space agencies, then you can surely subscribe our channel and get live updates. Also, I have created a Telegram channel for updates about these spaceflight launches. You can join it as well. The link to it is given in the description of this particular channel. So now it's 7 minutes for the launch. It's literally 7 minutes, and we are now waiting for them to go live. So I guess there are 296 other people waiting just like us for the launch. All of them super excited. Maybe they are simply watching these banner, but over here we are actually streaming you stuff. We are actually trying to discuss and trying to talk with you. So guys, if anybody of you have got any questions related to Stardust, then you can surely ask it, or any questions related to Blushift as well are welcome. Let's check out their careers page. What are the opportunities over here? So Blushift is not currently hiring anybody, and it's obvious because they lack on funds currently. It's obvious with every aerospace agencies. The reason that those two famous guys, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, are able to handle one of the best space agencies across the world is because they have got massive funds behind them. They have got massive amount of money. Elon Musk has got Tesla to back him, and Amazon is backing Jeff Bezos. So both of them have got huge funds to burn on these space agencies of theirs. And that's not the case with Blushift Aerospace and many other aerospace agencies which are actually lacking on funds. And they need to make sure that these things happen in budget. They need to make sure that nothing goes out of their budget. They need to always make sure that they are on budget and they also experiment, because these things take a lot of your funds. I guess we can till then check out one of their previous launches. It's 4 minutes for the launch now, and we are currently waiting for them to go live. Till then we can check out this stream of theirs, if fortunately we have not got an ad on that. Okay, these advertisers are actually
writing's not that easy.
irritating. I don't yeah, I'm planning to get the okay, bear with me for those advertisers actually. Yes, yes. So now we have got the launch over here from Blushift Aerospace. Let me increase the quality of it. Yes. So let's check out the uh, arrangement. So this will be the stand actually on which the rocket will be placed, and over here it will be launched. From here it will be launched. I guess the time when it was launched, it was dark outside, and they actually scrubbed this launch as well, just like the previous one.
On that, so
Because the
unless you're
weather
on the
was
south
not
end of the
good enough,
runway,
as you can hear. So because of weather conditions,
probably
they were
live
not
stream
able
is your
to stream this
best
launch.
bet.
But this time, with our wishes behind them, we can hope that they could stream as soon as possible. Because I guess it's the third time that they have launching it after two scrubs consequently. The weather window was between 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and they tried to wait for it, but it was nowhere fit to actually launch. And as you can see the climate over here, you can actually get an idea that the climate is not good, especially for a rocket launch or a test flight wherein you have added so much of your money, so much of your capital. You cannot simply waste it by streaming on any random day. You need to make sure that your investments actually work out for you, because you want to conduct these experiments with this rocket, and if the weather is not good, you cannot do these experiments. So that's the problem that they faced, and now we hope that the problem is not anymore, and we are currently waiting for them to launch their spaceflight Stardust 1.0. I guess they have got the last 1 minute and 53 seconds out there. We are going to start really soon. So now let's simply go on this launch field and check out the launch. So as you can see, it's 1 minute and 30 seconds for the launch to go live. We are waiting for them to launch this beast out there, which has been scrubbed for 2 times consequently, but this time it won't be happening. So we will ensure that the stream actually happens, and we are waiting for the stream to happen. So waiting for a long time, not long actually, it's only 1 minute for them to go live. T-1, and they will be live. After that the launch will start really soon. So let's wait for them till now. And if anybody of you has got any queries about the same, then you can ask them to us. I guess they will take some time, because we are currently waiting for Blushift Aerospace. As you can see over here, they are not yet live, but we will wait for them. Till then we can play Space Flight Simulator, one of my favorite games. If you want to we can do that as well. Let's just play SFS if they are busy till now. Yes, Ronald. We are currently waiting for Blushift Aerospace, but till then we can check out some trailers of theirs, so that you guys don't get bored. Or we can play some game as well. We can actually play Space Flight Simulator or KSP as well. Tell me, KSP or SFS? If you want to play any of those, we can do that, because we are still waiting for the launch to go live. This is the third time that they are trying to launch. For the previous 2 times they were not able to find a good launch window for the launch, but this time we hope that they get one and the launch happens successfully. So yes, waiting for the launch to happen, with everybody's eyes on Blushift Aerospace currently. So this is the rocket actually uh, placed on its position, and as you can see a man behind it who's actually making sure that everybody is well set and everything is well set. So if you compare the size of the man who I'm sure you can see in the background, to the size of the rocket, you can get an idea about its size. Even though it may seem as a small one in the images or something, it's a pretty good one. It's a pretty big one. It's 17 feet in height, so I guess that's 3 to 4 meters in height. And this is the setting, actually the apparatus. That's the stand behind the rocket, and this is the entire rocket ready for a launch actually, and we are waiting for the same to happen. So let's wait for some more time so that the launch actually goes live. uh, Over the rock, the background noise is not actually from our side, it's from Blushift Aerospace official launch itself. So what we have done is we have tried to minimize the launch background noise from their mic itself. So if it is fine now, just tell us in the live chat, or else if there is some problem for our side from our end, then we will try to fix it. Currently waiting for the launch, waiting for Blushift Aerospace as well. I guess I hope that this time they get a perfect launch window for the launch, because for the last two times they were trying to do the same, but they were not able to get a launch window because of bad weather conditions. But this time we hope that it happens and we are able to see them launch this Stardust 1.0. Till then, if you guys have any requests or anything, you can surely type them in the chat itself. So let's just wait for them. As is it fine now, or is it still there? I know that there were black visuals in the background. It was a lag actually. Uh, but tell us if it is fine now. Okay, cool. Yes. So as we are waiting for Stardust, uh, they have not yet responded. Let's just check out their previous launch. So what I can simply do is I can switch off this thing and
All right, I need to go live. Please give me about
okay. So
15 seconds.
here, Blushift Aerospace is live now. Yes, guys, Blushift Aerospace is live. So your wait was fruitful because they are now live. Let's just wait for them for some more time since the stream is live. Uh, if you are able to see the launch, tell us, or else you can tell a no message out there. So we are currently waiting for the live launch. Blushift Aerospace is already live, and we are waiting for the same. I guess Blushift Aerospace is live, but they have not yet started the stream. We're actually waiting for the same because the trailer itself won't do or serve our purposes. We are waiting for the live launch actually. Let's still then see something else from Blushift Aerospace. Let's just check out the 1.0 launch attempt, which was a pretty good one, because they have been postponing this particularly even for 2 times as said by me. Let's just wait this time as well. We hope that
If you're
it
just
goes
joining
live
us,
and beautiful.
this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0. This is our second launch attempt. Previous event on January 15th was scrubbed due to low cloud cover, a problem we'll be having today.
So if you are able to see me, as Blushift Aerospace is saying, they are holding for weather. The weather window was about 2 to 3 p.m. in Eastern, and as you can see, the weather conditions are really bad at that place, and that's the reason they were not able to stream. But we are hoping that this time it won't happen, so we will be able to see them launching their uh, rocket, which is Stardust 1.0. Let's just wait for the stream actually. uh, we are waiting for them for past half hour,
I'll bring some of those
but
onboard
to
cameras
no
online so
success
we can
actually, because they have not yet started to stream their launch. But let's wait for some more time so that uh, their launch actually starts, because we hope that this time they won't be scheduling postponing it, and the launch will be live soon. So previously they actually did a cold flow test at Loring Commerce Center. If you don't know about it, let me show it to you. So this was their cold flow test of Blushift Aerospace itself. You, I guess you guys are able to hear it. If you are not able to, then please tell in the chat box. So the most difficult part for the launches is the weather, because they are at the North Pole currently, and the weather over there is extremely bad. So it's not actually possible for them to launch anytime. They require perfect situation, perfect conditions, because the weather out there is really really harsh. And as you can see over here, you can see green aura over here. If you have got a good vision, you can actually see a faint green area over here. So the weather out there is really beautiful to watch, but not at all suitable for a space flight, for a space launch actually. So that's the reason they are waiting. They were waiting for the cold flow test as well, because the biggest part over here is the location. They are all set. Blue Dust or Blushift Aerospace is all set for the launch, but they are not able to launch because of the weather conditions. And that's the same problem even now, because they are not able to find a perfect launch window. And even though if they predict a launch window by the weather department, then it turns out to be not fit for the launch, because sometime or another the weather seems to be going wrong and not suitable for the launch. And these guys cannot risk on weather, because they want to conduct experiments. And if the weather is not good, and if they are not able to conduct the experiments, then their entire effort and entire money which they have spent on it will be going in waste, and that's what they don't want, right? You won't even want that your experiment goes fail in that way. So that's the reason they will have to wait for this launch window. Maybe if we could have, if they could have changed the location of the launch flight, then it would have been great. But I guess there are various uh, difficulties. For example, an aerospace agency registered in a particular country won't be going to another position. Okay, that's one of the biggest barriers. And then comes various barriers like the setup, because these setups are extremely costly, and you cannot actually move them easily, because the equipment and stuff is actually very costly, and the setup takes a lot of your capital, and you cannot actually move it from one place to another. That's the basic barrier for them, the location itself. because the climate in the poles is really harsh, is what all of us know, and that's what the trouble is. This doesn't happen mostly with launches of SpaceX, because they have got good weather out there. Even Starship at Boca Chica has got very good weather. That's the reason those flights actually happen very successfully, but that's not the condition out here. We are still waiting for Blushift Aerospace to go live.
Although the spacecraft recovery mechanic really doesn't have enough snowmobiles involved, if you ask my opinion. Having a little freeze here.
Uh, till now, they have not given any official updates about any launch delay or scrub as such. I guess they will take some time for the launch. Till then, we can actually check out their cold flow test, which they actually conducted recently. So let's check it out for now. So this is their launch, and we are waiting for them to go live. uh, it has been about 40 minutes till now that the launch has not yet started, and currently we are watching the cold flow test. So let's wait for them. Actually, it's taking a lot of time for them as well, maybe because of bad weather. We are still waiting for them to go live. No signals from Blushift Aerospace, and let's wait for them, because this same thing happened in the previous launch as well, that their launch window as planned was not able to be a perfect time. The launch was not able to be was not possible actually, because the harsh weather conditions out there. But still then, we will wait for them to go live, and hope that they will be live very soon. As you can see on their official handle, you can see the same thing, the Blushift Aerospace intro, and we are waiting for them. So let's wait for them for some more time, uh, as we have been for this much of time. We have been waiting for them for the past 40 minutes, and thanks to all of you for waiting for the launch, for your love to the agency and to our channel as well. Let's wait for some more time so that they are live. uh, let's see if they come up soon. Now let's see their previous launch, which was of their rocket boosters. Let's check it out first of all. This was their static fire test, which I guess many of you won't have seen. So let me show it to you. So guys, check this out. This was the static fire test. Let's skip previously. So as we are waiting for them to go live, let's check out some streams from there. Let's check out another launch of theirs. This is the launch of their booster. Actually, this was a test flight wherein they tried to do the hot fire test for the 153rd time consequently. And I mean, you can see how many tests they have successfully conducted. So this is test 153. These guys have worked wonders from the start itself. Their efforts are actually pretty visible to you as well. About now, this is the CO2 cold fire test of Stardust. Okay, so that's the test actually, a pretty small one, but it's a CO2 test, uh, and it's a cold fire test. And these are hot fire tests of them, and you can check out these on their YouTube channel as well. So you will be able to find those on their YouTube channel. Yes, till now, as you can see on your screen, this is the same thing which is being displayed on Stardust Aerospace uh, YouTube channel, that their stream has not yet started. And yes, we are waiting for them, and we will be waiting for them until and unless they declare something about the change in timing. So it has been about 40 minutes or 45 minutes that we are waiting for them consistently, and let's wait for some more time. Till then, we can check out their animations if they have got any.
So far, so good.
I will want you to check out this video as
So far, so good.
so this is the setup of Stardust 1.0. You can see the size of it and how many people are actually giving their efforts. And as you can see, there are so many people who are working hard for this thing into reality.
Mind if we put paper on it?
On your own from scratch. And as you can see, the
Hello, my name is Shruti Joshi.
My name is Pema Williams.
Hi, my name is Libby Greenlaw.
My name is Carissa Lucas, and I'll be going into biomedical engineering.
I'd like to be on a pre-med track in college.
I think I'm going to study biology in college. I'm looking to study computer science. We're going to be measuring like barometric pressure, altitude, temperature.
This entire experiment. One of the experiments which will be carried by
Measure
Aerospace Stardust 1.0 has been made by these
the
students.
CubeSat.
So there's something about just being in a science project like this, sort of the real world engagement and a real project, that raises it to a whole new level.
There are so many things that go into a launch and so many moving parts, and learning how to navigate all of them and just being a part of it has been such an opportunity to learn so much about aerospace and rockets in general.
The hot test fires, which we have already seen.
Here seems to be fortunately working with us and opening a window up just in time for launch.
Waiting for a launch window, as you said previously as well.
This is carbon dioxide, which is.
So let's wait more. As you can see again, in between I will be checking out their YouTube as well to check out if there are any launch updates from their side. But as you can see again, there is nothing on the screen. So till then, let's check out that trailer. As you can
As we meet all of our technical requirements, Mother Nature seems to be fortunately working with us and opening a window up just in time for launch.
This is carbon dioxide, which is simulating our oxidizer for the cold process.
And why choose Maine when you could have joined the flocks headed south?
Great question. We chose Maine because of the weather, as you can tell with the snow. No, just checking. We're choosing Maine because of the opportunity to launch into polar orbits. Maine is the only state on the eastern seaboard that allows us access to polar orbits unobstructed by people or property.
So as the CEO of Blushift Aerospace said that Maine is the only location from where they can actually conduct a launch to the polar orbits, and that's the reason they are doing a launch from here. Because as you have seen from their website, as I showed you previously, that most of their rockets are meant for polar orbits, and it is a polar orbit launch vehicle which they are making, and that's the reason they want to target the polar orbits itself.
So these are the analog cameras. They're like drone cameras built into the side of the rocket. Those are working, and they're working well.
Yes! Did you say it closed?
I heard close.
Excellent.
Yeah,
It works. The kill switch works.
We are going to fill with 50 pounds, and then we're going to heat it up.
Well, it's launch day, January 15th, 2021, and this is it, the moment we've all been working for. We're getting commercials for Grammarly, so I think the internet is good.
If we should know by about 2:30 or not, whether or not the clouds open up.
So funny
If they
question
do,
out there. Anybody of you who does get a commercial from Grammarly, as the worker at Blushift Aerospace said, because I even get a lot of commercials from Grammarly. I sometimes doubt if my grammar is good, and these guys have some way figured it out. And
For Grammarly, so I think the internet is good.
if we should know by about 2:30 or not, whether or not Do you mind if we put paper around this?
Said previously as well that they will be able to launch, but the launch was not possible on the 15th of Jan again because of bad weather. But this time we have got hopes. Let's see if this launch becomes a success for them as well as for us. Been waiting for it for the past 50 minutes, and there are no updates from Blushift Aerospace as well. So as again you can see out there, there is no update. They are simply showing this same thing, but we will be waiting for them. Till then, let's check out any another thing of theirs. Maybe we can check out a space flight launch, or we can make a rocket of theirs on space flight simulator, which is another software. Let's wait for them.
We're transmitting just fine on 92.9 FM.
Okay guys, so a question to you. Till the launch happens, have you got any suggestions about what can be done? Have you got any suggestions about what we can do till the launch actually happens? If you have got any suggestions, please tell us if we could do anything else. So guys, check this out. Check this thing. This was 1004A, a one with a lot. Let's check out some more launches or test flights from them, which they actually conducted. Let's see this one. This was a static fire test, and it was a live stream actually, edited.
Wow! All right!
Woo! Fire, which was from the live stream itself, and it was conducted on the 24th of December 2020. Till then, what we can do? What can we do till then? Have you got any suggestions about how we can spend the time till the launch actually becomes live? If so, tell us. So guys, finally they are live. Finally Blushift Aerospace is live and they are streaming it. They are actually streaming the official location stream. They are streaming it actually from the location itself, and finally they are live. We have been waiting for them for the past 55 minutes, and now our wait is actually fruitful because they are finally live out there. And yes, we will be waiting for them. As you can see, this is the setup of theirs, and
Alright, folks,
this is live now. The
thanks for your
weather
patience
seems to
as
be
we
really
troubleshoot
good
here.
out there, and we hope that the launch actually happens today itself, and we will be able to see it in this stream itself. Finally they are live. I'm feeling so happy because they are live, because it was a long wait. We were waiting for them in the previous launches as well, for the past two launches which was scrapped because of bad
If you're
weather.
just joining us, this is a Blushift
So
Aerospace live
finally
stream of the launch of Stardust
Blushift
1.0, Maine's
Aerospace
first
is
commercial launch
live.
and the first commercial launch powered by a
Hope
bio-derived
that the launch
fuel
happens
in
today
the world,
itself, that we will be able to
possibly
see the
in the
launch.
entirety of the cosmos.
And by the way, if you think that these images this video is static, it's not so. This is actually the live video from Blushift Aerospace, an official one, and they are streaming it live currently. As you can see, let's get a live chat. If anybody of you has got any questions, you can surely shoot them to us. I'm actually checking out the chat box currently, and I'm checking out any of your questions if you have any. So tell me if you have any questions, since we are waiting for them for the launch to happen. Till then, you guys can subscribe to the channel and make sure to click the bell icon, because the reason I'm saying this is because if you click the bell icon, then the next time if Blushift Aerospace is live, we will be able to update you about the same. Or else if you don't click out the bell, then YouTube won't recommend you the feed. YouTube won't tell you that we are live and that Blushift Aerospace is live, and you may miss a beautiful launch. So make sure to do that, and we will be waiting for Blushift Aerospace to go live. As you can see, movement from their side. They are actually working on the setup currently. Once they are good with it, they will go live surely. And yes, let's wait for them.
As you can see, beautiful blue sky day here in Limestone, Maine.
So guys, any of your questions, please uh, give them below. I am watching your questions currently. Or if you want to have a casual conversation, anything like that with me, then also you are welcome, because we will be going to chat. We are going to chat anyways. So guys, again waiting for them to go live. There is no movement from Blushift Aerospace as of now, but as said, they have started to stream, and that's what we wanted, right? So they have started the stream and we are waiting for them. So if anybody of you has got any questions, then you can post them out here. We will be checking out your questions. So you can ask your questions right over here. We will be checking them out. And anybody of you has got anything to comment or tell, then too you are good to do that. Yeah, so tell us. So let me get the live chat over here. So this is the live chat of you guys. If you guys want to ask anything, you can ask it over here. This is a live chat and I'm checking it out. I guess I see a message of Over the Rock and Ronald as well. So let me ask Ronald till then. As you can see that we are still will have to wait for the launch, because there's no movement from their side, and I guess they're not even interacting with the viewers. It's we who are actually talking with you guys. So let's wait for the launch. Yes, Over the Rock, the launch location is at the rate Over the Rock. Launch location, as they said in the intro itself, Blushift Aerospace has informed that Maine is the only location in the polar orbits, or suitable for the polar orbits. So it's the only location from where you can actually launch an rocket to the polar orbits, and that's the reason uh, they chose this location, because as you have seen in their website as well, that they are rockets, they are launch vehicles are meant for polar orbits, and this is a polar launch vehicle. So just like the PSLV of India, which is the polar synchronous launch vehicle, or the polar satellite launch vehicle, in the same way this is a polar launch vehicle, and that's the reason they have got it. So this is the thing about their launch. And uh, so guys, let's wait for them, because patience is the key over here, especially when you have got a bad weather around you. And previously when I saw the weather, it was really good, but now I see that certain clouds have started appearing in the sky. So I hope that the launch won't be scrubbed this time, and we will be having a successful launch this time by Blushift Aerospace. Till then guys, you can subscribe to our channel, because if they go live, because if Blushift Aerospace goes live, we will be updating you about the same. So you can surely subscribe our channel and click the bell specifically, so that we get updates about the launch. So I don't know how many of you guys actually knew about Blushift Aerospace previously, uh, and I won't be wondered if amazed if many of you didn't knew about them, because Blushift Aerospace is a rather new aerospace agency, and rather very much unknown. Not many people actually know about this space agency. So if anybody of you actually know it, that's great, because that shows that you have got great interest and uh, deep knowledge about space agencies, because even I was not able to find it out. I literally checked out the list of all space agencies out there from Wikipedia, and I literally went on each and every space agency's website to check out their website actually. But anywhere I was not able to see Blushift Aerospace list there. And then I suddenly saw this video of theirs, and from then I started streaming their content over here. So guys, uh, let's wait for them again. Till then we can actually play SFS and make something similar to Blushift Aerospace. If possible, we can make a rocket of Blushift Aerospace. What if we could make a model for them? Let's make one if possible, because Blushift Aerospace is maybe waiting for a suitable launch window to launch their aircraft, their launch vehicle, which is Stardust 1.0. Till then, if we could play SFS, that would have been great. We could make uh, the rocket itself. So guys, till the launch goes live, why not we could make a launch ourselves? I mean, what if we could make a prototype of these Stardust 1.0? So let's make one for ourselves over here. As you can see my screen, let's make one. So let's make one similar to Stardust Aerospace. So it's a very simple monostage rocket, and it's 17 feet in height, so it's comparatively tall. And this is how it actually looks. With a fairing over here, we will be adding this along with some electric equipments. We won't require RCS or reaction control thrusters because this rocket is not meant for the same. You can simply make it a dual stage one, but it won't even be flying high. So let's just connect this because the launch is not yet live, so till then anyways we will have to wait for it. Why not rather make a launch vehicle for ourselves? And this is it. We require a fairing for the same. Let's use this fairing, and over here this is attached. So that's a cute little Stardust 1.0, but the engines out here are not that powerful. Maybe now, yes, we are good for a launch now. Let's try this out. Uh, to build, and we will have to change the engine this time, or else we will have to change the size of this. Now we are fit for a launch, because in SFS we are limited with let's see if Stardust is live. And yes, the launch is estimated to 10:30 a.m. And it is in their local times. So if you don't know what's 10:30 a.m. EST, then you can simply Google it, or I'll give you the resources for it as well. So as said, waiting for Blushift Aerospace again till now. They are estimating the launch to 10:30.
The indefatigable leader of our Dauntless team.
And yes, as said, we will be waiting for them.
It's really not that bad, the cold.
So the estimated time is 10:30 EST. Let me give you a quick notification out there about the same, that the launch time is estimated to 10:30 EST. So the launch time is expected to be 3:30 EST, and which will be about 9 p.m. So for its launch expected to be by so if you can check out the comment section, I have given you a message out there where you can see that the launch is expected to be by 3:30 GMT, 10:30 EST, and 9 or 21 IST, which is the Indian Standard Time. So it's about 45 minutes for the launch, T minus 45 yet, and we will be waiting for them to go live. As you can see the visuals from Blushift Aerospace. So guys, before leaving, you can simply wait, or if you want to leave, then what you can do is subscribe to our channel so that the moment they're live we can notify you, because we will be creating a completely new stream the next time they're live. Okay, if the launch gets scrubbed by any chance, most probably it won't be, but if it does, then you can subscribe our channel so that we can notify you about the same, because many times I even used to face the same problem. Or simply join a telegram where I will be updating you about the launch. So guys, we will be waiting for the launch anyways, so if you want to wait with us, you are free to do so. It's your choice completely, and I really appreciate for you to be waiting for the launch. So let's wait for them to go live. I will be cutting off from the mic now, because I've been speaking for a lot of time now. I will be cutting off from the mic now, because I've been speaking for a lot of time now.
Our further targets would be the sports industry,
excites people to see upon, you can keep that profile picture, but not like with sunset background or any informal background. Second point comes is what should be your headline. Headline should be like very specific, very precise. You like if you are doing social media marketing, so social media marketing has different subtopics. So you should be also specific about like what in social media marketing, what in digital marketing, and what in marketing also. So these are very broad topic, but you have to specify very niche, so that that will help you like taking your like which will give you the more reach. Like people will not search social media marketing. People will search for looking for let's say hashtag professional. So your the headline thing should be very much niche oriented. That will give reach to your profile if someone will search upon. And the third thing is your banner. The banner should be like very much which should be showing your personality, what you do. Like people don't use the banner, but it's very important to make very creative banner. Like we built on by like on YouTube channel also people have banner. On Insta it's not there, but on Facebook also we have banner. So banner is the very much important thing you should consider. You should take into consideration. These are the three things for which comes under profile optimization, and the further comes like I haven't take the full screenshot, but I will explain you the further things as well. Second thing is like now it's been like very trendy that there should be 500 plus connections, but it depends on like again it comes to like for what you have come into the LinkedIn. If you are want job, then doesn't matter how much connections you have. But if you want to make the audience, then it is very necessary like how much connections you have. The second thing comes is storyline. Like you have given the space of description, write about yourself. So you should take very much advantage of it. Be a nice storyteller at that time and write very much precisely and also descriptive about what you do, what was your experience, what was your journey, what you like, and what
So guys, we are still waiting for the launch to happen. The launch to if you want me to play SFS or simply launch something on SFS, then you can tell me in the chat box. Then I'll maybe start with the space flight simulator just for you guys, so that we guys stay entertained while the launch is yet to happen. So if you want me to play SFS, then you can tell me. Guys, so if you want me to play space flight simulator till the time that the launch actually happens, if you want me to play space flight simulator, then tell me in the chat option. Yes will do to me, and then I'll start with space flight simulator, which is a simulator. As you know, I have already streamed some part on it. So if you guys are interested to check out the stream, or rather the space flight simulator of this particular thing, then you can tell me and I'll do the same. So guys, now since the launch has got some time, we are starting with space flight simulator for all of you. So let's watch space flight simulator, rather because it launch has got some time. Maybe we will have to go back to build. Let me just go to the settings. Let's just exit this thing. Go to settings. Over here we are supposed to select infinite fuel off. Now build new rocket. Let's load one of our favorites. For example, GXLVX is a good one. Falcon Heavy is also a good one. So this is Falcon Heavy. It looks more similar to Delta Heavy, but it's Falcon Heavy actually. Let's load another one. Let's load GSLVX. Okay, too much of fancy things. Let's load SSLV. This is something new which I have recently made for the sake of time pass actually. Oh my god, something fell from up. A problem actually. No problem. What we can do is clear the debris and these engines will work. We have one more interesting thing over here. That is this thing. Let's recover it back to Earth. Now let's come back. Awesome. Problem is how to go back. Okay, so what we can do is we can switch to the bigger rover and then we can take it a bit ahead. Okay, it's stuck. It's stuck actually. Let's do that again. Let's load the ISS. Awesome. Now let's keep the engines on and dispatch it. Okay, so we have dispatched it successfully. Now once it's out we can use it. Okay, so now the control is here. Let's switch on the RCS, keep it ready for landing, a good landing at Earth. There starts the journey back to Earth. Okay, let's go. Okay, we are in orbit. Now we will have to gain the control or else the speed will become too much. Let's bring the speed to about much lesser. Thing is that it won't help us much over here. Now let's just wait for some time till we reach an appropriate orbit.
And back in the summer of 2017, the Maine Space Grant Consortium began seriously considering bold new initiatives to support economic growth here. And one of the ideas that got bandied about was to leverage our ideal geography, our high latitude, our south-facing coastline with ocean overflight to polar orbit, existing aerospace activity, which a lot of people don't realize just how much is going on in the state already, and our Cold War infrastructure. We've already got amazing facilities at the former Brunswick Naval Air Station and the former Loring Air Force Base here. And so what came from all of these things and all of these institutions, educational institutions, economic development authorities, revitalizing both of those bases. What came together was a plan to launch small rockets like our own and others from planes and horizontal launch, and also launch pads and vertical launch on suborbital hops, and also to polar low Earth orbit. And this would be from a network of sites across the state. Now, as the communications director, I get to talk with a lot of people about what we're doing. And less nowadays, but a couple years ago, it was basically inevitable that the phrase "that's crazy" would come up during the conversation. I'll grant you that a spaceport would definitely be a kind of significant departure from our world-class microbrews and blueberries and lobster. But once you know about our existing educational programs and infrastructure for aerospace, you'll realize pretty quick that a spaceport would really be a kind of a small step rather than a giant leap for mankind. So the facilities here at Loring, there's a tremendous potential for future as an R&D facility and for suborbital launch. The runway here could be used for horizontal launch very easily. Very little refurbishment required. For vertical launch, we're probably looking at especially for larger rockets, we're probably looking at a coastal down east launch site with that ocean overflight to polar orbit. And mission control would probably be down in Brunswick, at Brunswick Landing, along with the Tech Place business incubator. The Loring Development Authority has been absolutely amazing to us since we got here and before we got here, both times. Gave us a beautiful field office, helped plow the runways and the taxiways. Update from Luke Sandin, Senior Mechanical Engineer. Here at Blushift is tentatively 10:45 for launch.
Oh, we have a signal. Blessed, blessed signal. Blessed.
Alright, go for it.
This is improved once we clear the tower. This is a lateral facing camera looking outward from Stardust's payload bay area. And you can see the ground and the launch rail. And the view should improve not only in quality but also in what we're seeing with altitude. And launch is imminent. And stand by. Launch is now imminent.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Ready?
Take it away, Brooke.
All right, launch controls and George here. Everyone ready? All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition started. We have a siren going off. No. It dumped. It dumped. That's dumping nitrous. It's not launching.
Well, stand by, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, clearly the igniter is performing nominally. Probably some sort of issue with the main fuel valve. Alright, well, stand by, folks. We're going to assess and almost certainly reattempt. Looks like the igniter motor did fire, but the main engine did not. Okay, we are going to try it again. Stand by. Launch remains imminent.
So, am I doing the whole thing again?
Yes, sir.
Or do you just want to give it a shot again?
So one thing to check is
Alright, sounds like Control is running a series of system checks. Please do bear with us. On the whole, things are still looking good to get Stardust in the air. If you're just joining us, this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0, Maine's first commercial rocket launch and the first commercial rocket launch powered by bio-derived fuel in the world. The weather is keeping fair for the time being. We attempted launch just a few minutes ago. The igniter performed nominally, but the main valve did not open, and so the main engine was not able to fire. So we're running a systems check now and planning next steps. Thanks for staying with us as we make history. And it sounds like we're entering into a troubleshooting hold for 20 minutes.
Oh, you heard.
Quick update. Troubleshooting is all done. We just need to bring the oxidizer back up to temperature. We'll reattempt the launch. That process should take about 20 minutes. And this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0. Maine's first commercial rocket launch, and the first commercial rocket launch powered by a bio-derived fuel. We did a launch earlier today. There was an issue with the pressure behind the main valve. That's been fixed, and at this time we're back to all systems go. Just reheating the oxidizer to the nominal temperature for flight. Alright, word from Mission Control is that launch is imminent.
Should have caught on right away.
Well, if you're just joining us, it's the Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0. Yeah, at this time, looks like there's an issue with one of the systems in the lower payload bay area. So someone's headed out to check on that right now. All right. Thanks everybody for tuning into this Blushift Aerospace live stream and FM broadcast of our launch of our prototype sounding rocket, Stardust 1.0. This will mark Maine's first commercial rocket launch and the first commercial rocket launch powered by a bio-derived fuel anywhere in the world. We probably have a minute or two, so I would add to that larger... Oh, stand by. Advised that launch is imminent. Okay. Launch continues to be imminent. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition sequence start. All right. This time it looks like we had oxidizer flow, but the igniter didn't go. So stand by. Alright, so we confirmed an issue with the main valve, pressure on the main valve. Resolving that situation is fairly simple. However, we'll have to repressurize and reheat the oxidizer run tank. So at this time, our new target for liftoff is between 1 and 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is between 90 minutes to... well, yeah. Roughly 90 minutes from now, maybe a little over. In the meantime, we have interviews that we'll be able to share, and I can also take questions through the live stream chat. If you're just joining us, this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream for the launch of Stardust 1.0. This will be the state of Maine's first commercial rocket launch and the first commercial launch, apologies, powered by a bio-derived rocket fuel anywhere in the world. At this time, we are refilling the oxidizer run tank aboard Stardust 1.0. Once we reach the appropriate fill level, then we start heating the tank as well to pressurize it. And with the time that it will take to do that, we are now targeting 1 to 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time for launch. So this is a good time to get up and stretch, maybe grab a drink and a snack, something like that. In the meantime, happy to answer questions in the live chat. And we also have some interviews to kind of tide things over. So we're going to pull up an interview here with Blushift founder and CEO Sasha Derry and learn a little more about his story.
Sasha Derry, founder and CEO of Blushift Aerospace. No E in the blue. Like every great high adventure science fiction story, this one began on a farm.
Yeah. So, gosh, I think it was 2013. I was doing some engine tests, small engines, very small engines. Tests with a good friend of mine and a college mate from University of Southern Maine, engineering college mate. And we just sat down in my brother's kitchen. My brother was an organic farmer at the time. And I sat down, I was looking out his windowsill and just happened to see this substance on his windowsill. And I wondered, wow, I wonder if this particular substance would work better than the petroleum-derived fuel that we've been trying out this whole time. And I said, well, it would just be a wonderful, it would be wonderful if for, the trajectory of a rocket company, if we could choose a fuel that was at least close to the performance of petroleum-based fuel and, had right off of a farm. So anyways, 2 weeks went by, we spun up a fuel grain and tested it, and immediately it not only performed as good, it performed better than the petroleum-derived standard substance that we were using in our hybrid engines. So we were delighted. It was a wonderful turn of events, and I think so much in history happens that way, where it's just accident. You sit down. It wasn't exactly peanut butter mixing into chocolate, but you could technically eat our fuel. Wouldn't recommend it, and nothing bad would happen to you. Totally non-toxic. And as far as I know, we are the first company in the world to commercially launch a rocket using a bio-derived fuel.
Yeah, it wasn't always called Blushift though, right? It had a working title for a little while.
Right. So in the beginning, when we started with a group of interested individuals, it was I formed a meetup group called Spaceflight Innovators, and from that. The essence of those people, not all ground up, but the essence of those who were really dedicated.
What's in our bio-derived fuel, Sasha?
Soylent Green. Yeah. No. It is renewable though. But no, it was from the sort of the core of those people who were really dedicated and working hard. We formed Blushift Aerospace. I knew when I formed that group that what I wanted to do. I didn't know the name of the company that I wanted, but I knew what we were up to, and I wanted to find out who. Whenever you get a group of people together, there's the people who are passionate for a day. There's a group that are passionate for a week, month, and then there's a very small few that are passionate for years. And that's the type of persistence that gets you to, well, if we're lucky, to a launch, and hopefully more than one.
You had to kind of make your fortune elsewhere.
Yeah.
But always wanted to return.
Yeah, so I grew up in Maine, love Maine, was trying for 2 decades to get back to Maine. And I started Blushift in Massachusetts, and with the group of people from the meetup folks. And we finally got to the point where we needed to do these engine tests with this new fuel, larger engines, some interesting nozzles. And we started looking around. We looked around at local towns, sand pits, anywhere where we could, safely do tests. Nobody wanted us to do rocket engine tests. Looked around for funding. No place. In Massachusetts, it was biotech, pharmaceuticals. That's your place. Literally had people telling me, if you want to do aerospace, go to Florida, go to Texas, go to California. But then I had one person, actually from the state of Massachusetts, say, check out the state of Maine. They have some interesting programs there that fund innovative research and development of new companies and tech. And I think they are also welcoming to aerospace companies. And so they were right. I found about the Maine Technology Institute. I found out about a place, an incubator called Tech Place, which is built on the former Brunswick Naval Air Station, that is dedicated. Their vision is to develop not only biomedical companies and agricultural companies, but specifically aerospace companies. And this is a place that not only has facilities for office area on conferences, but they have machine shop. They have a composites room, a gigantic composites oven. And now we're one of a number of aerospace companies that call that place home to us. But most importantly, they welcomed us doing rocket engine tests there, which blew my mind. I was tickled pink with the fact that not only did we find a place to actually test our engines, but we found a place that we call home, where I called home, Maine, welcoming us to back to Maine. We did I think over 170 engine tests with different biofuels sort of mixed together, including that original one, until we found sort of our optimal formulation. That was only, turned out being just a little bit better than the original formula that we used in the way back in the beginning.
So, what was it like to get that NASA grant?
Yeah, so that wasn't the first time we tried to get it. So when we actually got one, we were ecstatic. I think within about I was going to say a week, but I think within one day, I went from ecstatic to, oh no, we've got to deliver and we don't want to mess this up. So it was really great. It gave us a lot of credibility. It gave us, it treated a lot of people in the potential investment community would treat us more seriously once we'd gotten that grant. I think the public in Maine especially started taking it more seriously, that, hey, this rocket company really is up to something here in Maine. Mm-hmm. And then ultimately, working through the grant to develop our sort of now what's our stable version of our hybrid rocket engine that uses a bio-derived fuel. That was a really difficult time. It was really hard, and everybody's pushing themselves really hard. incredibly, the team really did an excellent job in the end, and we hit all of our milestones that we'd set out for ourselves within that NASA grant. And really, that what we had done there, we had spent 3 to 4 years just developing the sort of the secret formula for the bio-derived fuel, optimizing it. And then that it was almost a year-long activity, even though it was really 6 months. We were working 3 months ahead of time and working a month afterwards, doing more development work. It was really that year of NASA grant time that we honed in our engine. We realized it became time to launch it. It was time to get some customers, launch the rocket. But what's amazing is that we took from 2014 till 2019, so was that 5 years, to develop the biofuel, the engine. That was a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of tests. Over the course of all those tests, including NASA tests, was well over 200 rocket engine tests. But we developed Stardust, the fuselage, the composite fuselage, the avionics, the control systems, the communication system, everything. We did all that and built it, tested it in 9 months. And are there things we want to do differently? Yes, and we were planning to do those in Stardust 2.0. We're already thinking ahead of what we want to do, where we want to go, how we want to build it, how things are going to change, and that is part of the reason for doing Stardust 1.0.
The mission of Stardust 1.0 is the safe operation of the vehicle, safe launch and recovery of payloads, but also to raise awareness of what we're doing with investors, right?
Yep. That's right. Yeah. What we were hearing from the investment community that was knowledgeable of aerospace is that there's over 100 companies, probably over 140 companies developing rockets, but they're all in the stage that we were in from 2014 to 2019, developing the rocket engine, but not getting to the point where they're truly building a business. And it's hard. And so what they told us is that we don't care if you launch the rocket a mile up, and that's what we're doing. But we want to see you take that engine, launch it, build the whole rocket, importantly, get customers, and show us that there's interest in what you're doing, in your business model, and people are willing to pay for it. And then ideally, launch those customer payloads, bring it back down, and give it back to your customers. So that's exactly what we're doing. And if things go really well, that's what everybody will see on Sunday.
If someone was interested in, maybe contacting you and learning more about, what it would be to invest in Blushift, what would be like the best way to do that?
We literally just posted on our website the ability for folks to send us a message if they're interested in investing in us. They can put their name, their email in there, and we'll reach out and contact them. So if folks are watching this on YouTube, if they look on the description of the stream, recorded stream, there should be a link to a page on our website for folks to just send their name and email address if they're interested in.
Who did that?
Seth, I think it might have been you, man. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, if folks are interested, please send out your name and your email address, and we'll reach back out to you. We might have some different opportunities for how we'll open ourselves up to investment here shortly. I should clarify. To a large degree, we've already received investment by our team members, by myself, of course, by MTI.
Oh well, when you put it that way, yeah, sure.
But I mean, that's what's gotten us here. It's the investment and the blood, sweat equity that's so the bulk of the folks that have worked on this over the years. It's been blood, sweat equity. So we are in the point where we want to move very quickly to full commercialization. So we're in the stage where we're seeking out angel investments, but we're also considering we're investigating some other interesting avenues to, I guess thanks to some changes in federal laws in the last couple of years. There is the ability for crowdsourced investment funding. And we think we have a really compelling business and really compelling mission that frankly, compelling future profits that we believe that we might be able to widen the scope of people that might be interested in investing in us down the road. So stay tuned. Hope to have more information on that soon.
Yeah, because a lot of big investors, if you'll, I'm pretty sure that's not a trade term, but this question seems to keep coming up of like, oh, when are you selling?
Yeah, so that is often the case. I think one thing that whatever direction this company goes to, we are really interested in developing this company in Maine, manufacturing the rockets in Maine, and developing, being an important part of the spaceport, the future Maine spaceport that's underway here in Maine. And we want to see that continue in the future. We want to see Blushift become an important player in the nanosatellite and suborbital launch market for customers, not only in Maine, of course, but across the world and possibly. In fact, just a week ago, I was talking to interested customer from South Africa that has a number of educational experiments that they would like to send up. So even when we didn't have an opportunity to launch, we're finding there's a lot of interest in the type of business we're going after. And it's important for us that our success of our company is grown in the fertile soils of Maine. It doesn't mean we don't grow beyond the state of Maine down the road, but that its headquarters and stays here.
Well, another thing that really sets Blushift apart is we plan to offer suborbital launch not as a stepping stone to orbital launch, but eventually we plan to offer both services.
That's right. Yeah. Both services will be offered with up to 30 kilograms of payload. And we will ultimately be launching off the coast of Maine. And importantly, Maine offers that incredible advantage, that geographical advantage you can't get anywhere on the eastern seaboard, of being able to send the satellites into what's called a polar orbit. So we can shoot it directly towards the South Pole, then loops around north-south, north-south. And it turns out in the market for sending tiny CubeSats or nanosatellites to space, just over half of them want to go into that particular orbit. And then the other half may have particular orbits that they want to get into, but there's a significant portion of those which don't care what orbit they're in, and we can take advantage of that. But the key is there's nowhere else on the eastern seaboard where you can launch into a polar orbit and knock over people and property. You can do that on the west coast with Vandenberg, a military base. It's very expensive, operationally difficult, or in Alaska, which is also logistically very expensive. I'm sure beautiful, but also very expensive. And then I think that Maine has the other, I'd say, more stereotypical advantage. We're known as vacation land, right? So when our customers, and many customers who are sending up their first payloads, especially if they're research customers, they accompany their payloads, and they want to go to a place that's beautiful, inherently enjoyable to be at. Maine is one of the, I'm completely biased, but one of the more beautiful states to visit. So we think we have a real advantage, not only from what we're offering as a service, but from the fundamental fact that we can do this from the state of Maine with an advantage.
Yeah, and even doing this first launch from Loring, there's this wonderful hotel, the Bunker Inn, right here on the base. There's a hardware store, maybe 15 minutes away.
Yeah, I've got to say, Loring itself, the Limestone area, has been incredibly welcoming to us. They've been incredibly welcoming to other aerospace companies. There are already, without going through all of them, there are actually other aerospace companies here present on campus. Just like Brunswick Landing, where the former Naval Air Station was, they have welcomed us with open arms and literally plowed the runway for us to go ahead and launch. They want to see more aerospace companies come here. It's a great place for doing experiments. I don't want to say it's the wild, wild west, but there's a whole bunch of liberty and freedom you get being up in northern Maine that's hard to get anywhere else. Anywhere else in eastern seaboard, you might have to go to Montana or Wyoming to get the sort of liberty and freedom you can to operate your business. And I know there's a real opportunity, especially for horizontal launch vehicles from here in Loring. Did you notice that on our hotel?
Yeah.
I know you noticed, but I have to comment at our hotel at the Bunker Inn. I have no idea how long that sign's been there, but there are 2 rockets launching off the sign. I mean, it was destiny that we stayed at that hotel for our first launch.
There was a lot of signs, and not just the scale model of the solar system that we drove past getting here. I mean, there was.
Yes, that's right. On the way over,
we get off the highway in Holton, and there's that motel, right?
Yes, Stardust Motel.
Yeah.
On the way here. I swear we didn't name it after them.
Well, Sasha, I know you're a busy guy, so I don't want to keep you for too terribly long. Any parting thoughts for our viewers?
Yeah, I think it's what we're doing here is special. Yes, we're hitting a number of firsts. First commercial rocket launch in Maine. First commercial rocket launch using a bio-derived fuel. But I think, I'm speaking to the Maine audience when I say this, but I think it's time for us to reconsider what Maine is capable of and what Mainers are capable of. There's a bit of Yankee ingenuity. There's a bit of, I think, persistence, especially when you see our guys and us out there in single-digit weather doing what we're doing. I think there might have been a particular space agency that said this is no Boca Chica. I got to tell you, this is no Boca Chica either. It's not a Cape Canaveral. The temperatures are a bit lower. But I think, and we've been doing that for years, persistence is in our blood. This is what we do. Just because it's hard doesn't mean we don't do it. And I hope this is a good demonstration of the innovation that is already occurring here in the state of Maine and will continue to occur. And I hope I hope we see it blossom out to Maine becoming a significant player in the space industry from all levels.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, Sasha.
Thanks, Seth.
Yeah. Sasha Derry, founder and CEO of Blushift Aerospace. Thanks again for taking the time.
Thank you very much, Seth. Yeah, we're really excited. We're excited to make history for both the state of Maine and for Blushift.
Sasha Derry, founder and CEO of Blushift Aerospace. No E in the blue. Like every great high adventure science fiction story, this one began on a farm.
Yeah, so
and thank you so much for staying with us on this Blushift Aerospace live stream and FM transmission as we make history with Maine's first commercial rocket launch and the first commercial rocket launch in the world powered by a bio-derived fuel. Right now we are holding as we repressurize and reheat the oxidizer tanks. We've had 2 launch attempts today so far. On one of them the igniter didn't go, and on one of them the main engine didn't go. But we will get there. So a little bit of welcome downtime. I love seeing the conversation about the Doppler effect in the comments. Galaxy YT asks, is it a scrub? No, at this point we are holding and plan to attempt a launch between 1 and 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. So if you're in our time zone, this is a good opportunity to grab lunch. Michael Guerrero, good question. Can the rocket be reused after recovery? Well, the technical answer is it depends on the landing. But yes, Stardust 1.0 is designed to be fully reusable, with the exception of those little metal kind of tines, that structure that you can see on the base of the rocket. Here we have a good view, and you can see just below the fin can those metal structures. They serve a couple purposes. One of them is to keep the nozzle away from whatever it touches. So on landing, that could be brush. There are a number of systems in place to, first of all, cool the nozzle, and then second of all, those metal structures will, just keep brush clear of the hotter components. But also, those tines can absorb a little bit of the force of impact in what is called a litho-braking maneuver. Stardust will bleed off most of its speed using a parachute. But that last little bit, some of that will be absorbed by the tines, and so that little part will be replaced. But other than that, Stardust 1.0 is fully reusable. As we scale up, the plan is to have all of our rockets be reusable. Will they be descending by parachute or using other means? I can't say too much at this point. But yes, we're definitely looking at reusability. NASA spaceflight, bringing the star power. My goodness. And quite right, that is quite a tower. It's about 72 feet above the ground. For this prototype rocket where we're demonstrating the fuel in flight, which by the way, NASA spaceflight, we've put the question out a couple of times. Maybe someone over there can advise, when is the last time that a new rocket fuel was invented? Because we think it was 2014, and we can't tell exactly how long before that, but we think it was a while. So the reason that the tower is perhaps a little taller than usual for a rocket of this type is because we took the test engine and put it in the rocket. So there's steel in the rocket. Alright, just touching base with one of the engineers, back now. Long story short, because Stardust 1.0 is a little heavier than other rockets of its class, it takes a little longer to get up to headway speed. So the tower is a little bit taller than average. Mate Toth asks, is the rocket orbital or suborbital? It is very suborbital. We're only going to 5,200 feet above sea level, and the rocket will be subsonic throughout the flight. The main purpose of this mission is to demonstrate our hybrid rocket engine, the modular adaptable rocket engine for vehicle launch, or MARVEL, and our proprietary bio-derived solid fuel in flight. Steve Dosh, thank you for the weather report. Appreciate that. Javier Olguin asks if NASA spaceflight has an article up about Stardust that you can read while we wait. I will link to our kind of spec page on Stardust on our website here in just a moment. And NASA spaceflight, feel free to let's set something up. Let's have our people talk to your people. Rogue Space, thanks for joining us. We would absolutely love to launch Orbots. Looking forward to chatting after our first launch. Matthew Becker asks about throttling ability. A hybrid engine can throttle by controlling the flow of oxidizer through the reaction chamber. And in fact, part of our flight, you will see a throttle down as Stardust burns through excess fuel on board. Jorge Arrington, or George Arrington, asks, are there plans for a bio-derived liquid fuel? Not here at Blushift, but there are several companies working on a bio-derived liquid-fueled rocket. So we're not alone in this space. The Flutter Tree asks, do you plan on bringing on more people pending the results of the test? Absolutely. It's our stated goal to create 40 aerospace jobs here in the state of Maine over the next 5 years. And we're also staunch supporters of the of Spaceport Maine. Not only because launching from Maine is integral to our business model, but also because the spaceport will create even more jobs here in the state. Swivro Enterprise asks, do you need FAA approval for this flight? Why, yes we do. There are actually 2 points in our countdown where we call into the FAA. One to announce 2 hours advance, and then one to announce launch imminent. Amari Jaquad asks, is the launch tower at a fixed location or on a sort of trailer? Well, it's definitely on a sort of trailer. And let me tell you, after a lifetime of experiencing launch pads traveling around at a top speed of 3 miles an hour, it really is something to see this thing in its travel configuration, passing vehicles on the highway. Hashtag sort of trailer. Yes, let's start that, Sam. I like it. Christian Bradley Hubbs asks if the suborbital launch area will be luring for future launches too, and will orbital launch be on the coast south of Brunswick? So, the plan for Spaceport Maine is evolving, but as things stand, mission control, business incubator, launch integration, and educational outreach, that's all going to be coordinated out of Brunswick. It'll be kind of like the Houston of our space program. Loring can do suborbital vertical launch for our amateur rocketry, and something bigger could be in the works, but the real assets here are the runway, which would be terrific for horizontal launch. Something like what Virgin Galactic and Virgin Orbital are doing, or Maine's own Vault Enterprises. Could make good use of this runway. There are also some terrific facilities up here that could be very easily repurposed for some modern R&D. So this could be kind of like the Edwards Air Force Base, maybe, of Maine space program. And last but not least, if you're going to launch to orbit, you really need ocean overflight. It's the safest way. And launching off of Maine's coast, you can go due south or a little bit off south to a sun-synchronous orbit, or any special case of a near-polar orbit, really, safely with about 1,800 miles of ocean overflight. So we would love to see a down east launch site built for that purpose. Now that would probably not be south of Brunswick. That would probably be on the coast in Washington County. So for out-of-staters, that would be somewhere between Bar Harbor and Eastport. Chicken Takeover, love the name, asks, would you plan on making any bigger rockets than Red Dwarf, or would you just make that the biggest? That's a really good question. So, at the end of the day, our design architecture is based around a single type of engine, the Modular Adaptable Rocket Engine for Vehicle Launch, MARVEL. And this rocket this engine is going to be able to optimize itself for whatever altitude it's operating at. So as a result, we won't need different nozzles for the different stages. And so to build a custom rocket for a custom mission, you just need to plug some parameters into some software and get out a recommended series of clusters and stages of MARVELs. So, could we go bigger than Red Dwarf? Theoretically, yes. All depends on what makes the most sense for a mission. With that said, we really plan to focus on 30-kilogram payloads. And for the near future at least, sending those to low Earth orbit. S. Riley Dunn. No comment. I've seen a couple folks asking when we plan to launch to orbit. And first flight of Red Dwarf currently is planned for 2024. Our drone UI asks, Seth, hey, can you please add live telemetry when launching? Not for this flight, sorry, but it is very much in the works for future flights. Robin Cornely asks, do you work with partners, or do you work together with NASA or other international partners? Well, we developed the hybrid engine under a NASA SBIR grant. But at this time, I wouldn't say that we have any formal collaborations, no. Maria Kotugin asks, will the rocket return to Earth? Oh, definitely. Yes. Stardust 1.0 will descend by parachute. It'll separate, actually kind of like a lot of model rockets do. The payload section and the engine will descend tethered together kind of by way of the main parachute. All of our launches will be suborbital, so they will come back down, at least until 2024, when we begin launching to low Earth orbit with our 3-stage rocket, the Red Dwarf. A couple folks have asked about using our bio-derived fuel in land-based vehicles, including the launch trailer. And all I can say there is that because it's a solid fuel, I would not imagine that. Perhaps something like those takeoff assist rockets that they used to get heavy aircraft off of aircraft carriers. Something like that. But I don't think that you could burn our fuel or a version of it in a gas tank. Joaquin Eichhorn asks, who else wants to see a collaboration between Blushift Aerospace and Leah Aerospace? Well, I'm not sure exactly how we would collaborate with Leah Aerospace, but it was really cool to see their launch earlier this week. And I did get to reach out to their CEO, Dan Ettenberg, to congratulate the team on the launch. And that was really nice, getting to meet him. Kate Eberhardt asks, how far downrange do you expect recovery? Well, we've run simulations and Stardust should touch down within 100 or 200 feet of the launch tower. All right, well, stand by here for an update on the launch status. All right, so the update from Mission Control here is after our 2 launch attempts, we are going to need to refuel the igniter. Oxidizer is filled, so the run tank is at pressure, but now we need to heat it up in preparation for the launch. With that in mind, we're looking at 2:30 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard for launch. And it has also come to my attention that we have been tweeted by Dr. Tanya Harrison and then retweeted by Scott Manley. And none of us can quite believe it. Now, given that we've got a little bit more time here, I'll definitely answer a couple more questions from the chat. But first, let's do another interview. In just a minute here, we'll do an interview with Terry Shahata, Executive Director of the Maine Space Grant Consortium. And Terry will walk us through, in a little bit greater depth, that vision of Spaceport, Maine. And what's happening, not just with Blushift, but with Maine's thriving, if somewhat nascent, space economy. Hi, Terry.
Hey, hi, Seth.
Great to chat, and thank you so much for being a part of this. Now, Terry, you are the executive director of the Maine Space Grant Consortium.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Pronounced consortium, right?
Right.
Good. So, why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about what is a space grant consortium?
The consortium is part of a national network of 52 state-based consortia funded by NASA, and that includes all 50 states plus District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. So we're funded totally by NASA and out of NASA headquarters in Washington. And our mission in life really is really to maintain the national intellectual capacity for research and education as it relates to aerospace, to really serve the needs of NASA, but at the same time do it in a mutual way that also builds our respective states' aerospace-related research and education. So the funds that we get from NASA, and it varies by the size of the consortium, the funds that we get, it falls into different buckets. And the first major bucket, really, the first bucket is to support seed grants for both for faculty at our higher education institutions, to really begin the process, if they haven't done so, to become more familiar with what NASA is about, and then to get themselves involved in research activities after they've completed their seed grant. I might add, before I continue, is that all of the consortia across the country are what we term affiliate-based, and so here in Maine, our organization is really based, although we have a board of directors, because we're the only 501c3 organization in national network. We also have affiliates, and I think we have about 18 or 20, many higher education, private, public institutions, community college, and businesses, and K through 12. And we worked through them to build the state's infrastructure. And as an affiliate, you're usually eligible for competitive funds and sometimes targeted funds from us. Anyway, the second level of investment is in higher education, also in building, supporting curriculum development or enhancing existing curriculum that add more information in support of aerospace for workforce development. So that supports undergraduate and graduate students as well. And as part of the higher education, we also support programs like the scientific ballooning program at the University of Maine. That's really a state resource. It's not only for University of Maine. Then the major other bucket is for internships. And there are really two levels of internships. That's fellowships and internships. Fellowships really go to the higher education institutions, and they use those funds per our guidelines and requirements to provide opportunities to both undergraduate and graduate students to do work in NASA-related areas that they're interested in. So we do that with several of our higher education affiliates. And then the second part of that program are internships. And again, those are primarily for undergraduate students across the state that are part of our affiliate base. And those internships are really place-based in the sense that it's really about, it's close to, depending, 7 to 10 weeks in one of the 10 NASA centers across the country, whether it's in California, JPL, or Ames. It could be at Goddard. It could be over to the Kennedy as well as Johnson. So it varies based on the interest of the student and the needs of the particular centers. We do have a separate program for high school interns, and this is a 6-week program, pretty competitive, where we place the students who are selected for 6 weeks in a mentored environment, either in a higher education research lab or in a private lab or a nonprofit lab. And those are pretty popular because this is probably one of the first time that the high school students, and these are a rising junior and certainly seniors, but it's one of the first time that they're involved in actual doing research in a live environment.
Right.
And then the last kind of program that we have is more outreach, awareness of what NASA and the state is doing, and so we do a lot of outreach with K through 12 organizations. We support Space Day Maine in May every year, and other things.
No conversation would be complete without mentioning the spaceport. So a lot of people are, in their day-to-day, they don't just think about all of this Cold War infrastructure that Maine has, and the fact that we've got this high latitude and south-facing coastline and stuff. So we have all these natural advantages that are just there. But even so, there's a real boldness to saying, okay, we're going to build a spaceport here, and we're going to become a regional or perhaps global leader in the small launch, small payloads of nanosatellites. So how did that all start? There was like a meeting in 2017, right?
Yeah. That's one of the that was the first time that we kind of rolled the idea out. I guess it started probably 3-4 years ago because we've been investing funds in building assets in Maine for education and research, and we've been really addressing what NASA really wants. So we've been very successful from that perspective. But I was having a hard time figuring out, even though we are investing and have been and will continue to invest in assets, building capacity here in the state, they're not really well connected per se in terms of a higher vision. So I came up with the idea about a possible spaceport that's more unique. It's different than the other spaceports, the other approved spaceports in the country, about 10 of them, I believe, because of the assets, geographic assets that we have. We have Loring Air Force Base, or Loring Commerce Center now, and we certainly have Brunswick Landing. So the cost of doing something like this would be less prohibitive. But what I was trying to look at to see is can we have, from an economic and educational development or workforce development perspective, some higher vision that will unify and support the various natural-based industries in the state that are increasingly relying on data from space, from satellites and things of that nature, and develop applications and so on and so forth. So I kind of had that idea running in my mind, and I shared it with a couple of board members, and that led to that meeting that you referenced. I think it was in March of 2017, and to say, hey, here's what we're thinking. And everybody was saying, you hear the comments is that, no, really, Maine, are you kidding? And then when we kind of lay out the facts and the potential, bolded as it is, everybody kind of came around, and they said, instead of saying, really Maine, they would say, why not Maine? It is bold. It is very difficult to do. And I always hark back to a speech that President Kennedy had made at Rice University in '62, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, where he challenged the nation for the first time, or more publicly than before, to send man to the moon and return him safely. But he and that was done because of national security purposes, Sputnik and all of that stuff. But he challenged the nation. He said, this is something that's really important. Be aware there's going to be major investment with taxpayers' money, but the return on the investment is going to be significant, not only in terms of getting someone to the moon and back safely, but the underlying infrastructure in both research, education, and commercialization will really will be the tide that will attempt to lift many boats. And that, in fact, has happened. So that's kind of the principle and the philosophy and the approach that I followed, is that if you develop the spaceport and develop it in a way that's integral and connected to the natural resource economy in the state. And oh, by the way, it would just create a new space economy, not to replace the others. That's kind of the higher vision that I was looking for. That and space is so, everybody likes space, but if they see that connection and how it really will help the other industries and provide educational opportunities for our students, keep our high school students here in the state in developing new businesses, attract new families, entrepreneurs, engineers, and scientists, and and everybody up and down the supply chain, the value chain. That's what we're looking at, and that's why we decided to do the spaceport.
I'm curious, Terry, what is it like to have this idea and to be kind of workshopping it, and to slowly realize, like, oh, this isn't crazy, we can do this, and now we almost have some sort of an obligation to see this thing through. I mean, that must be like kind of exhilarating, but also a tremendous weight. Am I barking up the right tree?
No, that's the right tree to bark up to. I mean, it's one of those things you have to be careful what you wish for, and I think we're in that stage right now. Fortunately, we've gotten a lot of support from different sectors in the state, certainly from the legislature. As you're aware, Seth, when you went to the hearings, the state's economic development committee unanimously approved the creation of the leadership council. It was to develop the strategic plan, and you and I were there. And then the following day, I think that was in March, the following day, the legislature locked down because of COVID-19. But fortunately, we were able to get grants from the Economic Development Administration under the Department of Commerce, and matching funds from the Maine Technology Institute to develop a strategic plan. And that's what we're doing right now. And what we hope to do is to, our goal is to have some kind of a both investment strategic plan, list of partnerships, anchor tenants, and all that stuff, financials, to and what the expectations are from the state government in terms of co-funding some aspects of the construction of the spaceport in partnership with the private sector. Our goal is to do that by November, December of this year. So there's a lot of, yes, it's great to be there, but it's a big weight. It's really, we can't fail. We've gone so far. There's a lot of interest, and the last thing I want to do is to really fall flat in our faces when we have this kind of support. I mean, the window's very small, not only from a competitive basis on a national scale, but also in terms of the momentum that we need to maintain in the interest of the spaceport for the good of the state.
Well, we are really, really proud to be breaking ground, figuratively only, we hope.
Absolutely. It's really, we're really pleased. One of the things that was really important in the selling, not only showing what we have in terms of the infrastructure, Brunswick Landing, as well as Loring, and hopefully something in Washington County, whether it's a barge or something like that, is really having companies like Blushift on board. Knowing that there are such assets, an entrepreneurial company that's building the small rockets, the kinds of rockets that the spaceport is intended to launch. Knowing that we have at least Blushift, and hopefully Vault will do the same thing, but we'll be able to attract. That's not enough. I mean, we can't survive only on Blushift, and the spaceport can't. We have to, as you said earlier, is that we're looking at this to become certainly a regional, definitely a national, and hopefully international asset. So people can use a spaceport for launch, but also to attract the entrepreneurs and the skill sets that and the workforce to do research and development, commercialization, to develop applications as a result of the data that will be downloaded from the satellite. Building the satellites, being innovative in different ways of those CubeSats, engaging our students in some of that work, allowing all schools to have access to satellites where now it's very difficult. I mean, if you can imagine all of our schools will have 24/7 access to satellite data and use it as they want, and get higher education involved. So, in developing those applications for the marine industry, aquaculture, forestry, not only for Maine, but also from an international scale. So it's really, the spaceport is intended to help Maine and Maine's economy, but by doing that, you make it into, hopefully close to an international asset to generate the revenue and the skill sets that you need.
One of my favorite things from being at the stakeholder meetings for the spaceport is realizing, like, yeah, sure, we've got Blushift, we've got Vault, so that's 2 rocket companies, but there is so much more than that. I mean, the people, the IT experts that have shown an interest in participating, because data storage and processing is a huge part of this. Getting to see, the Tech Place and their business incubator and the innovation that they're already leading in, the UMaine's Center for Undergraduate Research, USM's CubeSat fabrication facility that they just rolled out. Just all up and down, vertically, horizontally integrated. There is so much going on statewide in aerospace. We just it's almost like it's already happening. We just need a little direction, a little nudge to get everyone going in the same direction.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. It's as we said, we've and not solely because of space grants investment, but because there are those companies and research programs that have been developed that are directly connected to aerospace and space research and technology development. That's been developing organically, and we kind of helped that along. The other things have happened. I mean, you guys came to Maine or returned to Maine, not because of space grant. You wanted to do something in the state, and there are a lot of companies that are involved that do that too. We have a good supply chain. It's not enough though, but many of the suppliers, companies have been involved in space exploration and technology development. So it's just a question of saying, we have the semblance of the assets, both from research, businesses, and higher education, and certainly K through 12, putting those together in a very meaningful and strategic manner and build upon that by attracting more from the outside. That's the key part, because we cannot rely on our internal assets to make a spaceport successful. We really have to use that asset to attract others and build upon that for a successful spaceport.
So the Spaceport Leadership Council, it now exists, and they're putting together a report for the end of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
That's awesome. So when that report comes out, how can people read it?
Well, we're going to make it public. We're going to do a series of public hearings around the state before we finalize it. We are early in the stage, but we're going to hopefully develop a website that will keep the public informed of the progress of this work. And then once we have the report finalized, that information will be uploaded onto our website so the public can have access to it. So we're not there yet, but it's something that we're trying to build.
Well, thanks again, Terry Shahada, Executive Director of the Maine Space Grant Consortium, and look forward to continuing to participate in Spaceport Maine.
Great. Thank you very much, Seth.
Thanks. Hi, Terry.
Hey, hi, Seth.
Great to chat, and thank you so much for being a part of this. Now, Terry, you are the Executive Director of the Maine Space Grant Consortium.
That's correct, yeah.
And I pronounced consortium right.
Right.
Good. So, just joining us, this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the Stardust 1.0 launch, marking Maine's first commercial launch, and the first commercial launch powered by bio-derived fuel in the world. We're in between interviews right now as we wait for the next liftoff here, launch attempt. I can answer a couple questions from the chat. Joshua Robinson, is the flight ceiling being nearly the height of Katahdin a coincidence? Yes, although it has not escaped us. We definitely love that fact a little bit too much. Initially, Stardust was to fly to 4,000 feet above sea level. We got that increased to 5,200 feet above sea level, and we're going to use that increase in flight time to burn through more fuel. Yeah, sorry about the loop, guys. The interviews here have been reconfigured, and so we should not have that issue on the next one. All right, we're going to go to another interview. Carl Flora, president of the Loring Development Authority. These are the guys that paved the runway and taxiway that you may be parked on if you're tuned in to 92.9. These are the guys that gave us such a beautiful field office and are managing some just tremendous infrastructure up here. And we'll delve into that a little bit in this interview. So, Carl Flora, President and CEO of the Loring Development Authority and Loring Commerce Center. Thanks for doing this. And
absolutely.
Yeah. So, and by this I mean not just facilitating the launch of Stardust 1.0, which the Loring Development Authority has been just beyond amazing in helping us get the job done. But you've been with LDA for a while, right?
Yes. Yeah. I started late in 1995, about a little over a year after the base actually closed. I've been there through just about everything, starting from the very initial effort to strike a deal with the federal government to acquire the property, through the acquisition process, which took several years, as you might imagine. And then I've been involved in one way, shape, or form or another ever since then, and most of or all of the deals that we have struck with third parties to utilize the property.
Wow. And gosh, it's been really rough since the base closed.
Population of Aroostook County prior to Loring's closure was, I believe, around 87,000.
Okay.
I could stand to be corrected on that. But in the decade that Loring closed, the difference between the 1990 census, when Loring was open and not expected to close, and the 2000 census was around 15,000, if I recall correctly. So we lost 15,000 out of about 85 or 87,000. Yeah.
Wow. And so the mission of the Loring Development Authority is to kind of revitalize the base and kind of swords into plowshares, right? To repurpose the facilities on base for civilian use, commercial use mostly.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
And so there have been some really interesting successes, and so why don't I share some of those?
Sure. Well, at the outset, there were actually 3 federal programs that were identified for Loring. One was the Defense Finance and Accounting Center.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's been a big success for us in the sense that it's our largest employer by a long shot, employing close to 600 people. And then there's a U.S. Department of Labor supported Job Corps Center. Job Corps has about anywhere from 2 to, on the low side, to as high as 400 on the high side students, most of whom live right there and complete a course of study. It's generally for students between the ages of 16 and 24, and they'll leave with a certificate or a degree in one of the trades. So they have a number of programs there, everything from the standard building trades to culinary arts, computer science, and a number of others. So you can get your CDL there, learn to drive a truck, all kinds of possibilities there. So they had been a long-term occupant of the Loring facilities as well. The third one was the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. A big portion, probably the largest portion of the Loring acreage, was actually designated as a National Wildlife Refuge, called a Rustic Wildlife Refuge. And so the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service manages that property. That's mostly undeveloped property that would have been, wooded buffer area time that the Air Force occupied Loring.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
So we were talking about successes. One of the successes that sticks out in my mind is that after having gone through the BRAC process in the 1990s, which resulted in Loring's closure, the DFAS center that I alluded to was proposed for closure in 2005 as part of that BRAC round. We fought it. We felt as though it was a kind of a double BRAC in the sense that we'd already been closed once before. But at the end of the day, DFAS was trying to consolidate a bunch of smaller centers into 3 mega centers nationwide, but we had a pretty strong argument that they should keep us open as a smaller center of excellence, because the work that was being performed by the employees at the DFAS center here in Limestone was top notch. The place sold itself. It was one of the cheapest operating locations that they had, and the quality of the product coming out the other end was beyond reproach.
Wow. So you were able to, I didn't realize that DFAS was under consideration for not being
it was,
wow.
It was recommended for closure by the Department of Defense, but the BRAC process reversed that and actually increased the size of the center. So
wow.
Yes, that was a good
well done
development for us. So.
Wow. And so looking forward, I'm sure that there are plenty of things on the drawing board, not just the spaceport. What are some of the things that you're working on moving forward?
Well, there's a lot of different things. One of the things that we did particularly well was, you'll recall, Maine Military Authority, the refurbishment of the military vehicles and equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Humvees, where people would see Humvees going up and down the road all the time. So we had, at one point in time, Maine Military Authority was our largest tenant in terms of facilities occupied. They occupied nearly 500,000 square feet of industrial buildings and employed over 500 people. From that, they've over the years lost ground. The military work began to dry up somewhat. They tried to make a switch into the civilian world, and that did not meet with as much success. And so Maine Military, over its lifetime, from starting in 1997 and ending in 2018, 21 years, went from 0 to over 500 and back to 0. So, but we always felt as though we had the skills in the workforce to try to rebuild some of that. So those are the kind of things we're going to try to look at. Manufacturing opportunities of all types, anything from construction of vehicles, housing structures. There's and some advanced manufacturing using composite materials and other space age things. We'll be looking at all those opportunities, and we've got a line on a few of them. So
now, the Maine Military Authority, the spaces that they used to occupy, is that mostly taken up by Loring Industries?
Loring Industries occupies a couple of the facilities that were formerly occupied by Maine military. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And also looking at the spaceport, I think you told me we had a phone call a couple weeks back where you mentioned that there's really no reason that a 737 couldn't land, like, God forbid there was like an emergency landing situation or something, right? That the main runway at Loring is, good to go, usable, and that maybe a little bit of refurbishment, just like some of the hangars, might really be all that it takes to start getting, something like Pegasus or Virgin Orbital, or Vault Enterprises, right? Because they want to launch underslung from like a 737 or similar, right? And so we could even have in-state companies operating that way out of Loring pretty quickly. Yeah, I think Loring's the most obvious role in terms of space launching. Launching of spacecraft is probably what they refer to as a horizontal launch, which is, as you suggested, a rocket that is mounted under the wing of an aircraft that takes it up to a fairly high altitude and gives it a good head start on getting into orbit. Yeah, that would be really terrific to see. And there's a lot of other stuff across the space, right? I mean, you're sitting on some fiber optic cable. That must have been some pretty forward-facing technology when that line got laid down, right? Well, there was this. I'm sure there was a lot of fiber in place when the Air Force left. I'm sure some of that probably is being used to support the functions at the Defense Finance and Accounting Center. But yeah, we've had a data center at Loring that was, as I understand it, handled a tremendous amount of data coming in and going out. So the fiber network that would have been needed to support that had to be pretty robust. And in addition, we have a portion of the so-called 3-ring binder fiber network that was installed back in the late 2000s. So what is the 3-ring binder? Because I've heard that bandied about a couple of times. Well, I'm certainly no expert, but at the time it was, if you recall, the financial meltdown, and there was a lot of effort to identify shovel-ready projects that could be, utilized to rebuild infrastructure. And so at that point in time, there was a group here in Maine that was very forward-thinking in terms of building out the fiber system and connecting different parts of the state. And so the idea at the time was to put a fiber network in place. As it happens, they decided to run a section of it right through Loring, and so we have access to that fiber system. At the time, it was intended to be open access fiber, meaning anybody who had the equipment and the wherewithal could, light a strand. It would be, what people refer to as dark fiber. Yeah. So that infrastructure is in place and able to be used here at Loring. Wow. And data storage is kind of one of the unsung heroes of a really vertically integrated kind of spaceport experience, right? That you need. I mean, launching the satellite is all well and good, and maybe that's the fun part that people show up to watch. But once it's up there, you need to be able to talk to the satellite, or at least listen to it, and then you need to put all that information somewhere safe and be able to process it, analyze it, run transformations, that sort of thing. And so Limestone could be a huge part of that as well, and kind of turning the Spaceport Maine into a really vertically integrated one-stop shop, right? Yep. Well, I do believe that the data center that I mentioned has, the potential to be developed along those lines, no doubt. Oh. And when I was up there last time, I managed to scrounge up a little bit of free time, and I got to go check out the engine testing facility, and that was an experience. I don't think I've ever seen a door so thick, but I mean that I just walking in there, you could just like I don't know, you could see the potential of the place.
Yes. Yeah.
Imagine the engines that they must have tested. Now, did it see all that much use before the base closed? I heard it was a fairly new building at the time.
Yeah, my understanding is that the Air Force built a fair number of those test cells at different Air Force bases, perhaps in the 1980s. So I think you're right. It was probably built, maybe seen some use, but not a whole lot of use before they decided that it was time to close down.
Are you on the leadership council?
Well, I participated in the Maine Space Grant Consortium up until now. I have sort of retired, so I'm kind of in limbo where I've announced my retirement, but I'm still doing a little work on the side. So the extent of my future involvement is in question. But it is certainly something that I would like to see move forward, and something that I support. I think it's a great opportunity for the state. The Maine can really play a significant role in the emerging space industry, and as you know, there's a lot of facets that go well beyond just the launching and the spaceport, what you think of as spaceport activities. There's the whole side of storing and managing the data that's collected from satellites. There's the whole communications side, potential for cell phone and broadband or satellite-based communications, including broadband, internet. I mean, the sky's the limit. And then there's the whole side of, once you collect data that you've picked up with some kind of sensor, what do you do with that data? People have to go through it, analyze it, figure out what it means, catalog it. There's just a whole, I guess they would call it a value chain.
Yep.
In the space business.
Love that phrase. Yep. So a huge part of suborbital flight is sounding rockets, but also balloons can play a part, and also aircraft flying a parabolic trajectory. So we know you can fly aircraft out of that runway, which I believe was a backup runway for the space shuttle, right? So I mean,
it was, yes.
And balloons. Now there was a blimp that operated out of Loring for a time, right? So doing something with another blimp or with balloons, that would also probably be a pretty quick operation to kind of prepare for that, right?
Yeah. We've had several, I guess you'd call them R&D type projects, and this one was that you're referring to was an unmanned airship, kind of like the Goodyear blimp without a pilot. Except, well, there is a pilot, but he's on the ground.
Right.
But in other respects, the blimp was being developed for military uses and security uses. If you think about it, an airship can remain aloft for a long period of time. It can essentially stay in one place and serve as persistent surveillance. Or it can fly a predetermined route, and can surveil the ground from an altitude of anywhere from, let's say, 500 feet up to 10,000 feet.
Any other thoughts you might want someone watching this to walk away with?
Well, just that we're happy to be involved, and with the development of the space industry in the state of Maine. I hope that we can play a big part going forward. And Loring is, locationally challenged a little bit. People look at northern Maine and they don't realize how far away it is from where they probably are located.
Yeah.
But once you get here, there's a lot more than most people realize, and a place like Loring has a lot to offer. And we've proved it before, and we can prove it again that it is possible to do business profitably in a place like northern Maine. You just have to think a little bit outside the box.
Well, we've got you covered there. Yeah, and it sounds like there are whisperings of bringing back an air taxi or something, so maybe that'll help a little bit with the propinquity issue there. And
yeah, absolutely. It's less than.
Yeah.
It's probably about a half an hour ride on a business jet.
Yeah, something like that.
Portland.
Yeah, and sometimes you need a kind of a remote location, right? Like this could. We could be looking at like the Edwards Air Force Base kind of New England,
Absolutely, yeah.
And I've got to just say, like, thank you so much to you and to Neil, the property manager at LDA, for our beautiful field office, and for maintaining the runway and clearing it of the drifting snow and the ice and everything. And of course we couldn't have done it without you guys, but it's to be welcomed and supported in such a way has just really meant the world to us.
Yeah, well, that's good. We're happy that you're happy. We certainly hope that this launch is successful and catapults you to the next level in the development of your business.
Well, thanks, Carl. Well, Carl Flora, President and CEO of the Loring Development Authority and the Loring Commerce Center, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today.
You bet. My pleasure.
So, Carl Flora, President and CEO of the Loring Development Authority and Loring Commerce Center, thanks for doing this. And
absolutely.
Yeah. So, and by this I mean not just facilitating the launch of Stardust 1.0.
And if you're just joining us, this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0. This will be Maine's first commercial launch, and the first commercial launch of a rocket powered by a bio-derived fuel in the world. You just saw or listened to an interview with Carl Flora, President and CEO of the Loring Development Authority. That's who manages the Loring Commerce Center, formerly Loring Air Force Base. And that is our launch site today. As folks are noticing in the comments, we are now looking at closer to 3 p.m. for launch. There is a possibility that that figure does get moved up just a little bit. The oxidizer tank has been refilled, so now we're at heating again. But the oxidizer is still warm from the first 2 launch attempts of the day, so heating may not take quite as long this time. Normally we budget an hour for that, and we'll keep you posted on how that goes. If you're just joining us, this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0, our prototype sounding rocket. This will be Maine's first commercial launch, as well as the first commercial launch of a rocket powered by a bio-derived fuel in the world. We have 3 commercial payloads aboard. I went through them before. I'll do so again briefly. Falmouth High School worked with the University of Maine and the University of Southern Maine to outfit their CubeSat prototype with a GoPro, X-in-a-box chips to collect flight data including acceleration, pressure, temperature, and humidity. And the team was recently featured on an excellent episode of Chasing Maine by Roger McCord of the Maine Monitor, which, as time allows, we may show here with permission. Kellogg's Research Labs is testing the vibration dampening properties of nitinol, a shape memory alloy of nickel and titanium in conditions of a rocket launch. And these guys are real veterans of aerospace. In 2019, they supplied more than 100 components for satellites that were launched. And Rocket Insights out of Massachusetts is filling their CubeSat enclosure with traditional Dutch wafer cookies called stroopwafels, an homage to their Amsterdam-based parent company Dept, as well as a sort of rock tumbler filled with samples of tourmaline, a gem for which Maine is quite famous. And they will use the vibration of launch to try and tumble the rocks. And as we stand by for the historic launch of Stardust 1.0, a couple updates from Mission Control here. The igniter, basically a smaller motor, is refueled, and it's at pressure. The oxidizer run tank is fully loaded, and we are now heating that tank within about 20 degrees of nominal now. And so with the normal amount of time that procedure takes, and time for a couple extra system checks thrown in, and the weather continuing to hold very fair, the outlook is really good for a launch right around 3 p.m. Bruce Haberlin Jr. asks if I were to drive to Brunswick to witness a Blushift launch in person, what is the closest public observation point without violating the range? Does anyone know? Well, at the Blushift office near Brunswick Landing, the test site, it is by invitation only. Public engine tests were on the drawing board up until COVID, and as we begin to recover, we can revisit that. Now, Blushift will never launch anything from Brunswick, although that runway could also be used for horizontal launch. Basically, you mount a rocket to an aircraft, usually something along the lines of a 737, and then from the executive airport there could be flown out over the ocean for a launch. For a vertical rocket launch, Brunswick is just too populated to launch safely, so we look forward to doing more static fire tests there. But for a launch, you'll probably be able to find us either up here at Loring, or as our rockets get a little larger, down at the Down East Coastal Launch Site. Now, I can't speak for the folks that will be running these facilities once they become a spaceport, but I certainly would not be surprised if there was public viewing both at Loring and at the Down East Launch Site. Chicken Takeover asks if we can return the chair shot. Be assured, sir, that I am monitoring the mission control camera, and I'll bring that shot back up just as soon as there's someone in the chair. With the cold, there's been a little bit of innovation since we got here, and so we figured out how to control most of the rocket systems from inside our vehicles. Christian Bradley Hubbs asks if some of the Blushift team previously were on a college-sounding rocket team. Yes, Luke Sandin, our senior mechanical engineer, was a part of Team Ursa out of the University of Maine, and they launched 2 rockets over at least his time there. FS Airsoft UK asks, are you going to build bigger rockets after Red Dwarf, rockets that could compete with the market of, or compete on the market with Rocket Labs? And what is the turnaround time of a booster if recovery is possible? 2 excellent questions. So, we do not, at least currently, plan to compete with even Rocket Lab. We want to see if SpaceX and Blue Origin are the freight train to space, and Rocket Lab is the bus to space. We want to be the Uber to space. With our business model, the goal is for nanosat customers to be the primary payload, or to get that treatment. That they get to pick what orbit they want to go to, that they get to not be delayed for months in some cases if the primary payload, somebody else's payload, needs something done to it. And with our fuel and our modular engine and our small team, we plan to do that cost competitively. So the plan currently does not call for a payload bay with a capacity greater than 30 kilograms. Though that could change. As for the turnaround time of a booster, technically all stages are just clusters of that same modular engine. The goal is to, well, I'm not going to say anything that just yet, because as we scale up, this hybrid engine aboard Stardust 1.0 is about 6 inches in diameter, and our flight optimized engine, which you'll start to see on Stardust 2.0, and that's going to be the Marvel that gets used on every iteration after that. And just because we haven't finalized the design, I don't want to make any predictions on how quickly a Marvel will be refurbished. All I can say is watch this space. Someone G asks, as someone who just heard about Blushift today, well, welcome. Could you explain a bit more about your fuel architecture? Well, someone G, the fuel itself is proprietary. It is a solid fuel. It is separate from the oxidizer. It is in a hybrid motor. We've got a liquid oxidizer and a solid fuel. They mix in the presence of an ignition source. and that's how you get your combustion. Now, solid rockets have incredible energy density, and liquid rockets have throttle ability, start-stop ability. And so, if done effectively, a hybrid can kind of deliver the best of both worlds. Now, the biggest challenge with hybrid is that because the solid fuel is the reaction chamber itself, your rocket engine is effectively changing shape as the pressure and temperature changes all around you. And so getting a stable plume or stable combustion can be a little tricky. But we're about to demonstrate that we've figured that out. If you're just joining us, this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0, Maine's first commercial launch of a rocket, and globally the first launch of a rocket for commercial purposes powered by bio-derived fuel. We are on track for launch by roughly 3 p.m. as we heat the oxidizer and perform final system checks here at the Loring Commerce Center in Limestone, Maine. Couple of people that we should mention. So, Sasha Derry is our founder and CEO. He founded the Alta East store in 1999, selling solar panels and batteries and charge controllers and inverters. It's now a $24 million a year organization, and acquired Real Goods. Folks maybe have read the Solar Living Sourcebook, but that occurred in 2019. A little before that, he founded Blushift in 2014. Brooke Halverson, our lead test engineer, is responsible for working on performance testing, logistics, manufacturing, and hybrid rocket motor assembly and testing. Luke Sandin, Senior Mechanical Engineer, assists with the performance testing, oxidizer system design and evaluation, MATLAB code development, and staging simulations. David Hayrikian, Mechanical Engineer, is experienced in 5-axis CNC milling, founder of Maccabee Tech, and responsible for CAD/CAM development of hybrid rocket motor components and developing production processes. Bonnie Etheridge, Executive Assistant, aka Air Traffic Control, has been working with Sasha for 8 years now, which is longer than anyone else on the Blushift team. Matt Parker, Technical Advisor, experienced aerospace professional with a focus in test and launch operations for propulsion systems. Led test engineering teams at SpaceX, where he helped develop, qualify, and produce Merlin engines for the Falcon 9 launch vehicle. Oversaw development operations of the Rutherford engine for Rocket Lab's Electron smallsat launcher, and now manages the engineering team at Fiber Materials Incorporated here in Maine to develop advanced composite materials for missile defense and space systems. I'm Seth Lockman, Communications Director, in charge of public, media, and government relations, and responsible for Blushift's web, video, and social presence. We've had 3 interns to date, thanks to grants from the Maine Space Grant Consortium. James Giltner assisted with layup of carbon fiber fuselage and the main rocket casing of Stardust, wired the recovery tether and quick disconnect arms, and helped with on-site testing and rocket stacking or integration. Ben Lemieux, mechanical engineering major at UMaine, wants to focus on rocket engines and aerospace engineering. He was integral in rewiring the test stand as we upgraded to move from the 4-inch diameter to 6-inch diameter Marvel prototype as part of the NASA grant. And he was able to make it up to Limestone today to help with the launch. Kaylee Gallant helped model oxidizer behavior in the tank, in the oxidizer tank during flight. And that very oxidizer tank is now nearing the temperatures necessary to launch. And David just reached out to me through the work chat and pointed out we should thank Dragonplate for helping hit all of our production deadlines. If you're just joining us, this is a Blushift Aerospace live stream of the launch of Stardust 1.0, Maine's first commercial rocket launch, and the first commercial rocket launch powered by a bio-derived fuel in the world. Just got the update that launch is imminent. And here is the onboard camera, quality of signal. And a little bit of buffering difficulty there. System has resumed nominal function. We will go for live stream. We will go for launch.
Number 9. Number 9. Can you hear me? Is everyone ready? Number 9. Number 9. Can you hear me? Oh, there they are. They just pulled up. Okay.
Lead test engineer Brooke Halverson, preparing to count down. And looks like we're gonna hold for a minute here. Some snowmobilers passing on through. Alright, resuming countdown.
I've been maintaining. Nine,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition sequence start. Sirens running.
Flash. Yes, go.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
my
shit!
gosh.
Oh!
Fuck yeah!